Hi friends, welcome to Live with Lava Sub, your Tuesday art stream, and I'm getting attacked by a kitten. I think that's a solid way to start off today, is getting attacked by a kitten. Oh, little guy, you're so trouble. Yeah, but we are on week 5 of painting this wonderful mask. I guess it's a little presumptuous to call it wonderful because I'm making it, but I'm really happy with it. I'm really jacked on how it's turning out. I actually did work on it quite a bit after stream last week. Give you a good look at that. You can kind of see how I've smoothed out a lot of the areas that were a lot rougher last week. You can see how all of these kind of like the transitions in these big transitions in the cheekbones are kind of more smoothed out, evened out. And yeah, I mean, there's I feel like quite a bit left to do, but I think as far as today goes, that's what I don't have. Wax paper, palette paper thing. Okay, it's nearby. Yeah, I think that's there's a couple of very obvious things that we're gonna have to get into today. As far as the mask goes, I'm sure we'll get into a lot as I just ramble on while I work on this as well. So, as always, I may cover any number of sensitive topics. I just want you to know at the top of the stream that, I might say some stuff you don't agree with, and that's okay. I'm just here as a silly little art goblin, try and make some art today. So, yeah, just want to let you know at the top of the program, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't want to make anyone uncomfortable. Those are not things that I enjoy. Oh boy. But I've got all my supplies in front of me, and I've been running a little bit behind today, so you can see I'm a little less organized than I've been, but that's, we're talking very minorly. Yeah, it's been an interesting, I guess interesting is a weird way to say. Yeah, I'll just be honest with you. I've been a little bit down in the dumps lately. A lot of pressure, a lot of stress that I've been going through. I think the holidays bring it out of all of us. The pressure of gift giving and making arrangements for travel if that's what you do, even if it's just, a few miles. I know it can be a stressful time of the year. A lot of people lose people. I've been reflecting on some losses that I've had in the last while, let's say. And seeing my friends go through the same thing, kind of similar stuff as I've been going through, and it being a subject we don't talk about, loss of people that we care for dearly. It's something that we're still pretty hung up on as a culture, and in a way that doesn't necessarily always have healthy, honest communication surrounding it. So yeah, just trying to build our own support systems, understand the reality of loss and grieving, and try and comfort each other. None of us are going to make it out alive. None of us are going to make it out alone. And so, yeah, I think that's, we lose a lot, but we also gain a lot of community and support, and reconnect with people that we care for during this time of year. I'm not much of a traditionalist or anything like that, as I'm sure you know by now if you've been watching the stream for any amount of time. So yeah, I just know that I think I was saying in stream, or maybe talking to a friend the other day, about how at this time of year it's just kind of hardwired into us as a people, regardless of your cultural background or anything like that. the fact is that this time of the year are in the earliest memories of human beings. We're um, faced with colder weather, a lack of the ability to gain many new resources that sustain you. We huddle together. We make do with each other. You know, this is I think the things that I try and take away from it as we try and move past these ancient, well, not ancient even, but these commercialist kind of ideas of holidays and things like that. And it's something that I think is super important because, like I said, you know, a lot of the time we do lose people during this time of the year from any number of reasons, increased risk of illness or uh, you know, yeah, just people just how do I know that there's certain ways I can't put this on stream, but when people decide it's time for them to take their own lives, I think it's fine to say, yeah, that can be a really difficult thing to kind of comprehend, to rationalize and deal with, especially if it comes out of the blue. And so yeah, that can be a tough one to take, and I know myself and many others know many people have decided it was time for them, and as much as it hurts us and we wish it weren't the case, kind of have to deal with the reality of them being gone regardless, you know, move on, as hard as that might be to do. It's actually the way I learned about loss. One of the first people that I ever knew who passed away uh, was a sibling of a very good childhood friend, basically family to me and my family. Uh, Someone who was very young, very talented. Everybody cared for very much, and their loss was confusing, and still is, frankly, confusing. And I just remember being very young and seeing how much it hurt uh, my friend and his family. So I made a choice a long time ago that whatever happens in this life, that it's not going to be the way that I go out. I see how much pain it can cause. I've been part of it, and I think it's best to empathize and understand. I know it's easy to be angry. For me, it's definitely, you know, I struggle with those thoughts. I think most people do to some degree or another. And so I really empathize, you know, with those people that I've lost that way. Um, I understand how taxing it can be to be here when it's the last thing you want. How much pain you can cause unintentionally because of the internal pain you're feeling. It's no joke, you know. It's nothing to. Yeah, it's a real difficult thing to face, especially when you look at the material realities that a lot of us are forced to face on a daily basis, and how difficult that can be to maintain over decades. Um, and this can look like a lot of different things. Yeah. Thank you. My producers informed me they have dropped the current best option for people struggling with that kind of difficulty at this time of the year. You know, if what I'm talking about is definitely like something you are relating to, it's not worth. It's not a bad idea to just give them a call. I've called before in the past, uh, and I've reached out for help in a number of ways, and I gotta tell you, it's a lot less frightening than it might feel in the moment. Once you reach out, oftentimes I have found a kind of support I definitely wasn't expecting. So whether or not you call Lifeline, um, book yourself private therapy sessions, even reaching out to a friend, a loved one, whatever kind of support you need, you know. Sometimes all you have to do is ask for it. A very scary proposition, especially, you know, I know how much we're all told that everything should be, you know, that our value is often determined by how much we're able to put up with, you know, a certain amount of toughness. I want you to know that's not what it's not what I think most people really value in their lives when it comes right down to it. It's a thing we feel forced into, and that can cause a lot of internal anguish and pain. Um, you know, a lot of the time we're told that we shouldn't reach out, or that it makes us, you know, maybe we weren't told necessarily implicitly, but so much of our culture implies it that, you know, a certain amount of weakness is unacceptable, perceived weakness. Because reaching out, for everyone who's ever been in a position where they really needed it, you know, it is not a weakness. It is something that takes a great deal of internal strength and fortitude. Uh, if you need it, definitely reach out. Yeah, sorry to get so heavy so early, you know, just been a lot on, it's been on my mind a lot. Like I was saying, you know, time of the year tends to be a time of grieving, whether or not we like it to be. So, it's been on my mind. Yeah, I think I added a little bit extra medium to this mix, so I'm gonna put a lot more color in it today. Yeah. Like I was saying, don't be afraid to reach out. That's kind of I'm at right now. Is reaching out to people that I care for and with dealing with kind of trying to deal with the what I'm going through in a healthy way. Not allow myself to live under that old way that I and many people I know used to live. Without thinking that they deserved community, they deserved to be loved. Very fortunate. I'm just very fortunate to have the people in my life that I have. Got some very supportive friends and family who they might not always get it. They support me. That is a really big deal. It's another good way to try and beat those demons off. All right, maybe that's what we'll call this stream. Beat the demons off. That's what we're doing. Beating these demons off. Yeah, we won't do it on stream. uh, yeah, that's a great way to help kind of combat that old depression. Is to remind yourself what the great things you have going on in your life. Try and remind yourself to be uh, grateful, even if it seems like everything's going wrong. I'm always able to think of a few things, even little things, who've been in my life for decades, who I can always pick up the phone and have a conversation with if I need to. Little things like movies sometimes. Grateful for uh, Del Toro's Pinocchio right now. If you haven't seen it, it's a really beautiful, beautiful movie that takes a lot of the commonly known tropes of the story Pinocchio, which I didn't know at the time, but it's one of the most retold stories ever. Yeah, takes a lot of the common themes and tropes and does something very unique with it. Recontextualizes some of it. Really interesting movie. I won't do any spoilers, but I'm gonna keep that going for. You're only gonna get a couple of weeks of me not spoiling anything. You better hurry up and watch it. Del Toro's just been on an absolute roll. Yeah, there's always little things, and that's okay if they're not big things. Sometimes, yeah, it's just important to remember what it is there. I was a little too blue with this, but I don't know how much green I need to add to get where I want to be. Pardon my moaning about getting better every day. In fact, I'm almost 36. And in fact, I'm going to probably be doing a little bit of a birthday fundraiser thing because times are tight. So keep your eye out for that. Coming beginning of next month, January 5th. Thank you, Sam. My producer wants to point out that my Venmo is on screen right now. If you find value in anything that I want to do, help me buy art supplies, hit that Venmo. Because yeah, I mean, I say buy art supplies, but it's not gonna happen for a minute. Feed myself and make rent and bills and all that stuff. No pressure. That's a great point. Sam wants me to point out that food is an art supply. It's all the same. All the same to me anyway. I think today is going to be. I think I'm going to try and take on this mouth here. Might regret it. Might have to scrape everything off. But you know what? I've said that about every other part of this face so far. And I've been fairly successful with this. I think I'm finding like a whole new like passion. I don't know. This process has been incredibly fulfilling in a way I hadn't expected it to be. So keep your eyes on. I'll actually doing a hell of a lot more of these in the near future. This whole sculpting paint thing, it's a pain in my ass, but honestly, I think less than a lot of other things that I struggle with as an artist. This is actually one of the least stressful in a strange way. Yeah, it does look insane, and in a way, it kind of is. I don't recommend sculpting paint to people, but actually, I think I did recommend sculpting paint to people for like the first 2 or 3 sessions of this, but I'm not doing that anymore. So it tells you something, I think, about the process. Yeah, I mean, basically, nose up, I'm happy with. I might go back into the nose a little bit, just to shape up the nostrils a little bit. This nose didn't really have nostrils, or just kind of a triangle that was set upon the face. So I might have to reshape those a little bit. I'm happy with where they're at. They're fairly symmetrical, but I think I want them to be, I don't know, maybe a little bigger. I'm not sure now that I'm looking at it. Just maybe more shape to them, I think, is really what I'm looking for. A little more curve, just slight exaggeration. I almost, no, I was gonna say I almost want to go kind of with a more squared off look with them, but the more I look at it, the more I'm like, I don't think that'll necessarily complement the cheekbones in the way that I want it to if I did it that way. Just taking you through my internal process. I know it sounds like I'm just talking about myself because I am, but I thought I'd take you along on this journey through my brain while I kind of like figure out where I'm going today. I think I want to go and smooth out some of the parts that are still a little rough. Mostly like in the ridges where things get real sharp and straight. I want to kind of even some of that out. Guess I didn't get to it fast enough when I was working on this last week. Trying to smooth stuff out. That's okay. Honestly, it's pretty good. couple little areas, I think. Let's do that towards the end, though. It's just little amounts. I want to start with something big. That basically just leaves us the lips left. The lips are the only thing I haven't really done yet. It's because I'm kind of afraid of them. Not that they look scary, but that it's something kind of easy to mess up. It's like rounded, very three-dimensional, trying to hit all of the kind of like peaks and valleys just so, trying to make it look like a mouth. That's going to be an interesting task. Also trying to keep it off of the nose. That's going to be an interesting one too. I think it's enough whinging about it though. It's time to just throw some paint on this. Okay. All right. We've got a bottom lip on there, or a top lip rather. It's not perfect. All right. That's what we're here. Not to seek perfection. Okay. So I'm just kind of starting with a little. I'm trying to hit that base of where the lips move, where the lips meet. Just trying to put a base of paint down, touching the mask. Trying to go shape. And some of the paint down. We want this to be like, like that. That motion. I don't know where it's good. Yeah, I'm just saying it got a little heavy on the upper part of the lip. I'm just pushing that down now. Correct. Yeah, I haven't even, this is all, I mean, I put a small like layer, a small like cover layer on this with the first mixture we did. That was 5 weeks ago. I put that on there. And it's just kind of chill. I applied it with a paintbrush. So it's very, very thin. A very thin layer on here. Okay. It's not half bad, although it's looking a little mustachy. Making a mustache and I'm making a lip. I call it a lip. I mean Louis Prima? Liberace. Is anyone else a fan of lounge music? Yeah, that song's gonna be playing in my head this entire time now that I've thought it. Good job, me. Me that owes myself the pain I am going through. Wish I had a. I guess I could use my own lip for reference, but it is pretty covered up by a mustache. Just like trying to remember how a top lip looks. Suppose I've already got hair on the cheeks. I could always just make this a beard and a whole mustache here. But I would still want a lip for the mustache to sit on. Like, what's a mustache without a lip? That's what I want to know. Yeah, disembodied, the haunting, Lovecraftian nightmare. Okay, I've got a decent shape in here now. I kind of collected the paint where it needs to be. Now it's just about fine tuning that. Okay. Do, 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 do. I guess one other thing I want to make sure I'm doing is leaving room for that bottom lip. In fact, I probably should have done the bottom lip first, considering the top lip kind of covers it when closed. I'm gonna say it now. I'm gonna say it now at the risk of cursing myself, but I think it'll work out. There we go. Yeah. You know what it's kind of like? Mountains. Kind of like a range of mountains. It's kind of the less. It's almost the reference point I'm using right now. You know, the lip kind of goes up, and there's that place right there in the middle where both kind of valley out. They meet. My brain's thinking. What my brain's thinking right now as I kind of sculpt this into shape. Alright, we're closer. Still looking a little mustachy. Getting closer. Oh, got a little fuzzy on my stick. Yeah. So, y'all, we played our first session of Iron Hearts in like 2 or 3 months. I can't quite recall, but yeah, it's been a long time, and I was so excited to get back into a character as Pip, Peregrine Ponderoski, my sweet boy, and see all my friends and play in that universe again. Um, we had so much fun. So that episode will be coming out in the next, I think in the next week on the 23rd. Yeah, you'll be able to catch that episode of the Iron Hearts. Very Christmassy themed, but with our own our own special twist. I don't want to tell you too much about it, but suffice it to say, we all had to do new character voices, or at least encouraged to change our normal character voice, and do a different version of that. Let's just say I had a lot of fun. Yeah, if I'm being real, like not playing with those guys is one of those things that just like been kind of bumming me out. These are the Ironhearts and I all went to the same elementary school, same middle school, same high school. You know, most of them learned to play D&D together. We're not always on the same page, but I love those guys so much. And our game means so much to me and all of us, you know. I'm just excited to be releasing a new Ironhearts for y'all. I've already started telling people about it on my socials. Actually, how did that come up? A friend of mine made a story. Oh man, the text of it was something like it's one of those. The meme format was the things men will do rather than go to therapy. Um, and I think this one was like Santa Claus themed. I can't remember the wording exactly, but you can put two and two together there. Um, yeah, and I tell you kind of a little bit more about the story we played. I was like, that was basically our holiday episode of Ironhearts, and they were excited to watch that. So I'm excited to present it. Suffice it to say, yeah, and I miss Pip. Pip is my sweet son. I see a lot of myself in Pip, and I put a lot of myself in Pip. I guess is a better way of putting that. Um, if we made Sam laugh, that just goes to show you. You know, we weren't super cringy. I gotta tell you, I guess without telling you too much about the story or what we did in game, I will tell you that my buddy Ryan Hart, who I grew up doing theater with, gave the performance of his lifetime. It was incredible and side splitting, and if things were right in this world, it would immediately he would have agents knocking on his door tomorrow, being like, "We need you in the next, I don't know, Jack Black vehicle or something." I was fucking dying by the end of that session. It was so much fun. Well, that's too little. Too little. I see the problem here. It is that I haven't done the bottom. I think that might be a little bit. I might be exaggerating slightly here, but having a bottom lip will give me a better sense of the dimensions that I'll be working with. And what I'm seeing here is I have too little paint on this mask right. I want it to be big, exaggerated. Every part of it. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get there. So once I'm done like sculpting this out, I'll definitely be applying more of the like the exterior layers are going to be a lot of paint just on the outer layers and things like that. That's why I've been holding off on a lot of the real heavy textures in the medium. I'm just building up. Yeah, I'm essentially building up to have those textures kind of really stand out on the final levels. Because I've done it before where like I had you know what, I'll go grab my other mask and show you what I mean. That wet paint needs to dry anyway. It's too wet. Yeah, this is a great example. Okay. So this is like the second or third mask I made. And you can see the texture of it. So some of that texture is absolutely just because of how it was applied, the application of it, and the drawing process and things like that. But some of that, like in the eyebrow, I think that's probably a better way to see it. Some of this stuff you can tell is a totally different medium. And you can even see all these little like circular dots that are almost more perfect circles than you're seeing throughout the rest of the abrasion and kind of like roughness of this texture. Those, yeah, some of this was the ceramic medium, which does look a lot like stucco, but some of it is the glass beads medium, which is where all of these little circles are coming from. And then yeah, I just Mod Podge old blanket or a bed sheet rather, just tore it to pieces. Added that to the interior so it had this funky bloopies. Yeah, this was my first mask, and you can see how like what I was trying to get at here was that I want to wait till the final application of the color and everything so that these textures really stand out on the finish and aren't so like these are pretty good, but they're a little bit buried, some of them, and I want it to yeah jump out. I think part of the reason I'm struggling with this mouth even is that I'm trying and I'm like looking at this mask and realizing that I wasn't trying to go for a perfect human symmetry. And if I look at the rest of this mask, I wasn't doing that anywhere else. So I think part of my problem right now is trying to kind of have some semblance of realism. But I think that's a mistake. So we're going to go a little bit crazy. I know I just put a lot of paint on there. I'm going to put even more paint on. I might regret this. I don't yet. I think a lot of the reason I was struggling was because yeah, dimensions were off. The rest of this mask is so much raised up off the surface of the mask. This part that is basically right there on the surface, I put very little paint layers on, which was feeling so set inside that it felt wrong. I think I still want a cute little circly mouth. I don't think I want it to come off and interfere with the beard too much. But I might. Stick around, find out. So I'll think about that. Thinking about maybe throwing a little more paint on here for the chin and just doing it all at the same time. Working that much of an area all at the same time might be a little bit stressful, right? So we're gonna not do that yet, but I might do it soon. Stay tuned. Yeah, yeah. This is already making more sense to me, and it's just two giant puddles of paint. So I think I'm on the right track. That's giving me confidence then. Yeah. Can't be too far off, I guess. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. I'm being hopeful. I'm 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 doing the positive mindset thing. Uh, the secret. I'm doing the secret, everybody. I'm manifesting. That's the word. I don't know if that's actually the secret. I've never read it. I just hear the jokes on the internet. You said overbite, but I'm getting underbite now. It might actually be. Oh look. Oh damn. Okay. Wait. Oh. 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 It's coming. It's coming to me. Okay. Oh my god. Right. We're getting there. We're getting somewhere. My human people. Do I need more paint? Is that the crazy thought I'm having right now? I mean, no. No, it's fine. I just have a brain that just be thinking all kinds of funny thoughts. Oh boy. Oh wow. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Weston. Okay. That is truly horrifying. I'm getting something. Sometimes you just gotta put too much on this. You know how much you need to take off. That's too much situations in life. Speaking of which, I sell these shirts that I paint in and rub paint on. And I don't wash them. That's your thing. One of the many services I offer. The goodness of there we go. Paint's starting to get a little bit drier, and that's helping process along. You know, I've kind of just like found like kind of keep probing into the paint, find the area where the lips meet, trying to bring most of that paint towards the center, kind of weed it away from the exterior, the sides. And in a way, it's kind of gathering just like, no, it's gathering kind of just like a mouth would in this way. Kind of interesting. I think there's something. Sculpture is a weird thing because it's such a hard medium to practice. It's such an expensive medium. I mean, you could say that about a lot of art, but truly, until you like look at the price of the current market price of clay and things like that, it's really hard to know just how expensive it can get. Especially thinking about a lot of like the famous painters or famous sculptors and like how much some of their works, well, how much they go for is one thing, totally different conversation, but how much it would cost to essentially create something of that scale, that size. About how cost to the artist would just be prohibitive. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely looked into it. Like as far as like getting into sculpting, play. Pricey art form, that's for sure. Okay, keep saying it, but we are getting some here. Yeah, sorry, I keep moving this around. Might be a little bit hard to see. This is a, yeah, apologies. Might have been one of those things where I should have done it separately. I'm realizing this, but as I've already known that I was going to be saying it eventually. I think it's gonna be okay. Um, yeah, that was pretty okay. Thanks everyone for coming in, hanging out. I know I'm a little bit quiet today. We're all just kind of working on our own stuff, especially like I was saying, holidays coming up. I was telling Sam earlier, I used to go through a lot of effort during this time of the year because I know it's important for other people, especially people who have religious beliefs, and that includes some of my family. So, and like my siblings, some of them, most of them got kids at this point, so I know it's a little bit different for kids, you know. Um, can't even imagine that. I was talking to a cousin of mine who shares a lot of kind of my values, which are a little bit, which are, as you know, are pretty non-traditional. And we were kind of, my cousin, they've got a young one right around that age where it's impossible to not talk about it, and you don't want you don't want your kid to feel like they're left out, anything like that. You want to give them everything that you can, but it's a whole bunch of cultural baggage that I think needs to be kind of talked about more. Anyway, we were talking about it, just trying, he was telling me about like trying to figure all this out, like work it out in a way that makes sense to him and his partner, and I can't even imagine ultimately having kids, like trying to do all that stuff. It sounds like an absolute nightmare. That's a really good point. Yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses. I grew up with I went to school with a few Jehovah's Witnesses, and yeah, it's definitely like one of those things where yeah, you miss out on a lot of different aspects of the culture that you exist within, and it kind of makes you feel more isolated, which I have a lot of thoughts about. Uh, I was at the risk of sounding like one of those cringy, edgy atheists. I think that there's a lot of cult-like behavior that kind of stems from that belief system, especially the kind of fringes of it, like Jehovah's Witnesses and things. But yeah, and especially growing up, like knowing these people through school, and like me being so involved in theater and meeting these people through them or through that avenue, I know that we spent a lot of time together. And there's certain things that it must be really painful that you can't participate in. Because yeah, I mean, yeah, it's so much a part of your, not just the culture generally, but part of youth. I think is a great way to think about it. Like Christmas, Halloween, those kinds of things. It doesn't matter what your belief system. You're between the ages of 3 and 25 or whatever. You're gonna think about trick or treating, and you live in this country, But it's because it's so much a part of, like, it's so divorced from like a system of belief or anything like that. Like, especially from the Christian or Catholic perspective, there's like, you could go to a sermon on Halloween, they're going to tell you some stuff that's kind of more, yeah, but it's not like, it's not in the Bible, to put it that way. But yeah, I'm saying, yeah, especially with this holiday, with Christmas, it's such an interesting kind of like cultural phenomenon. Um, I tried to much long after I had any interest in being a Catholic or a Christian. I was still, I love my family, and uh, especially through my 20s, early 30s, there was a lot of hard times, you know. So trying to stay connected, my nieces, nephews, things like that. You know, I would paint a lot because I don't have any money, so I would paint a lot of gifts for friends and family. Um, and I thought, that was it's what I could do, and I thought it was pretty nice, you know. Uh, but I gotta tell you, someone who values their time and their labor, I wouldn't do it again. Not that I don't love my family, but I think the meaning is kind of lost on some people. Um, some of those paintings that I gave to people, you can see behind me right now. Um, you know, these things that mean a lot to me, and I guess it was presumptuous of me to have assumed it would mean the same thing to them, or they would understand my meaning. Uh, but yeah, I no longer do that. Because yeah, it's pretty painful. You know, you go to somebody you love's house, and the art you made them is tucked into a corner. While you find your art while you're looking for dishes or extra cutlery or whatever, and there's that painting I made. Just kind of jammed up on top of a shelf, forgotten and covered in dust. And, yeah, that's a kind of heartbreak I don't wish on anybody. Especially like I'm I was doing the best I could. You know, I paint supplies aren't necessarily cheap, but I had them because I needed to have, uh, and I used them because it was important to me to let them know that I care. And I can't like tell them that well, I can't afford to buy you X, Y, or Z. I can't afford to spend a few hours of my time and put together something that I think you'll enjoy. Something that might bring some value in your life that you don't already have there. I've seen a lot of discourse lately about don't give people art that isn't functional, or even like recommend suggestions to artists on their social media pages. Like, why don't you have more art that is functional? Why aren't you producing more functional pieces? And they're talking about like pencil cases or patches, maybe more likely stickers, things like that. But maybe a pet peeve of mine, but I don't necessarily think that any of this has any less function than a sticker or a pencil case or a pin or whatever you might be able to print your art pieces on. I think that's a fine. I think I would like to get to a point where I could do that and make some money, but like it begs the question, what makes this or any of these non-functional to hang on your wall? They are art. Art has its own function. Um, I think it's part of the mistake of. I think it's part of the cultural kind of misstep that is often made in assuming that if something is not entertaining you actively, it is not worthy. It is not functional. Uh, we see this kind of like similar attitudes put forth towards movies. If a piece is too artsy, it's relegated to a certain audience because it's not entertaining enough. Which is to say, there's not enough jokes or action or things like that that we come to expect culturally from film. It's even more often done in music. Um, as silly as that might sound, as crazy as that might hit your ear right now, if you think about it, like when have you heard music that is radically artistic, and didn't sit there wanting the entertainment, wanting the hooks, wanting the lyrics. Art can be functional in it being challenging of the status quo, of your perception of reality, of any number of things that are an internal process about feelings and about impressions. Art can be functional in that it allows you to even build more connections with those around you. You know, I've spent any number of hours with my partner, granted is also an artist, but many other friends and people that I care for, talking about, you know, especially the more abstract pieces, because it begs the question, what is it? And I think that's a really important question, as silly and as basic as it sounds, because like a Rorschach test, your impression of a piece of abstract art can tell me something about you and vice versa. If you tell me that I don't know if this is necessarily abstract, but it's an example. You could tell me that this reminds you of any number of things, and it would likely be different than my thoughts or impressions. This is one of the first pieces I ever made with my partner. This is one of the first paintings I ever did on a canvas. Thank you. It's a really marvelous way to put it. Yeah, and I think that that is not necessarily the way our culture tends to value art. Yeah, because it also starts to ask the question, what is art in the first place? And I think that is, I mean, it's a very broad question, but I think that it can be answered. I think it can be, the conversation could be ongoing for days and weeks. What can you not define, you know, or rather, what creation of any of ours is not in some way artistic? I mean, if I look at, should show you my my tripod right now. My tripod setup, I could argue, is kind of a sculpture in and of itself. I've got, I'm gonna just show you because this is I think this is an interesting conversation we're having. I want to make sure you can see that my tripod is a selfie stick taped to a mic stand that I have an extension cord running off of that goes to my phone charger down at the bottom of, right in the bottom here, and my light source all the way back here. Sorry. Yeah, it's a mess, but it's my mess, and it allows me to do a certain thing that I'm right here. We're doing it together, and I think there's a certain element of creativity, effectively, that went into figuring out how to make all of this work, so that I could do this. You know, I'm working on very very limited kind of means here, so figuring out how to make this actually happen, you know, required a little bit of thought, effort, and concentration. It required a little bit of creativity, and I don't know. Being a punk and being a theater kid for a lot of my life, that just meant being creative in the world that you exist in, so that you're not at a finding a way to make your disadvantage an advantage. Essentially, figuring out ways to be creative even under the most dire of circumstances. And I found that to be incredibly helpful to me in any number of real life situations that have nothing to do with art. But yeah, I just think it's an interesting conversation. It's one of my favorite conversations to have because we have we don't have a society that I don't think really understands what art is for. And I think that's not necessarily an individual person's fault. I think that's, capitalism's fault. Because when you're forced to make your creation a film or an album fit a certain mold so that it can make the most amount of money, you are taking part of that creative energy, creative drive that lives in you, and having to relegate it to a realm that it either doesn't exist in or doesn't get the audience it deserves. There is an incredible pressure, especially in film and music, to make things that are effectively recognizable. That's why the hook is such a big part of pop music, because no matter how creative you are, a hook is effectively just a very mathematically planned out section of music that leads you into another section of the song. And granted, I love hooky ass fucking music, regardless of what genre it's in. But I was also in a noise band for like 3-5 years that was abrasive and strange and had no structure, was all improvised, and was some of the most fulfilling creative things I've ever done in my life. I need a space to create without restrictions or guidelines. It's in that, brings me a lot of joy. Finding spontaneity in this world that requires such regimented focus, this robotic like drive to do nothing effectively for money, or work some day job that you absolutely hate and depresses you and makes you not enjoy life in the way that we all should be enjoying life. Art has always been there when I needed it for those kinds of reasons. And it's, yeah, it's really frustrating to see kind of like those instincts be discouraged. Because I was saying everybody should do this, so, everyone, because it's fun and I'm enjoying it, but it's hard. And it can drive you a little mad. You have to be really delicate with it. But I would genuinely, with no, I'm never going to think about this again or have to question this thought. I'm telling you, go join an improvised noise band or start one yourself. Play shows that make everyone leave the venue. Just do it. It might be not your bag. It might give you a lot of anxiety. But every show I picked up, practically every show we played, someone from the audience came up to me and said, "Hey, I was really into that." And I would always laugh because ow. I'm barely into it, and I'm playing in it. But we got to be about a 30, 35 piece band by the time things started wrapping up, and we were kind of like all losing steam for it, and everyone was kind of, some people were starting to move away, move on. Yeah, we had a really, really big band, big enough that we did like radio plays for our last couple of shows. One on an unlicensed radio play of Ray Bradbury's The Martian Chronicles, and one was a full science fiction story that I literally dreamt. I woke up at around 3 or 4 in the morning one time, and this story just kind of fell out of me. 3, 5 pages, something like that. Just this stream of consciousness kind of story fell out of me. All of these different entangled storylines, different characters from different worlds, different realities, different times in history. And yeah, I think that was our last show that we ever played. And it was one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life. Yeah. I mean, beyond just that one show where it was like so a little bit more focused even than what we would normally do. I mean, we got banned from every venue in Sonoma County, except for the St. Francis Center. Shout out to the AFC. But yeah, we were told by multiple venues that we weren't, ever going to play another show there again because of the antics we would get into on stage. One show in particular where me and one of my bandmates ended up swinging these heavy industrial chains at each other. Not like in a violent, I'm mad at you way, but in a joyful, we're goblins kind of way. It was a lot of fun. No one got hurt. But the venue was pretty upset about that. Not that I really blame. I mean, if I'm being real, I get how that's a liability issue, but god damn did it feel right in the moment. Like I said, we weren't putting anyone in danger. We both know the rule. As soon as people get hurt, it's not fun anymore. You have to deal with a bunch of shit. We had the night of our lives, and after the show, the person working the venue was telling their boss that they weren't going to work shows for us anymore. I don't know if she was telling me or telling her boss, but she said, I mean, I'm a fan of John Cage and everything, or is it John Cale? John Cale and everything, but this is ridiculous. Verbatim. I'll never forget that shit. It's one of my favorite things I've ever encountered in the wild. If you don't know, John Cage is a musician who is largely known for the song that is like 3 minutes and 50 seconds of silence or musical rests written into a composition. They're just silence, which I think is genius, and it was one of the inspirations for me and a lot of the people in that band at that time. But just thought it was so funny. Just the idea, I'm I like John Cale and everything, but this is ridiculous. What? What was so ridiculous? That we weren't at a symphonic hall making it ironic? We're improvising noise music and having fun? I mean, I guess in a way you could definitely call that ridiculous. But uh, is it really so bad? You know? Is it really is it really something we need to concern ourselves with, to worry about? I don't believe it is. Like, it's a beautiful thing being able to collaborate with so many people from so many different points of view too. I mean, half the band was teenagers when they first joined up. I watched some of these people grow up. It's been one of the great pleasures of my life. Some of us have gotten into some trouble. Some of us have had a ton of success. I mean, go check out Bad Slime. Bad Slime is one of our friends from Urameshi, and they make incredible music under a handful of different pseudonyms, and I think they're doing really well in life. I don't know exactly all the details. I don't need to. They make really incredible music. They always have. Yeah, it was a very fulfilling thing, being able to kind of like, I wouldn't say I was like I wouldn't say I was guiding them, but I kind of, at a certain point, was kind of like put into a de facto kind of leadership role because I was the one who organized the practices and got everyone together most of the time. So just ended up kind of being my role. I gotta tell you, felt like a lot of responsibility for me. Especially, I think I was in my mid-20s at this point. So, I'm gonna tell you that, and I was still drinking. I was a maniac for different points of that band. So I definitely wouldn't have called myself like the role model figure kind of type character, but it is funny how that played into my sobriety and how like people that were in that band started talking to me about like, I'm worried about you. I care for you. I don't want to see you die. I don't want to watch that. And like, kind of like hearing myself in that plea, me talking to my dad and shit. Definitely had a pretty big effect on me making my decision to quit. I got to tell you, that is a decision of a lifetime. I'm not proud of the person I was when I was drunk every day. Made a lot of mistakes, and I hurt some people. But the experience has informed my perspective on rehabilitation and my feelings on addiction. I mean, I was one of those typical self-loathers that thought every other addict but me was an idiot. That was obvious, just projection kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So yeah, a lot of valuable lessons, even if I wish I hadn't had to learn it that way. You know? I feel like I've just been talking for like 2 hours straight. What time is it? Is it really? Okay, so I'm not too far off there. Yeah. I think I might go a little bit late today, y'all. If that's all right with you, Sam? Ruby. What else do we got going on at Nerdcrafty this week? Oh, well, tonight at midnight, I'm going to be watching Willow. And if you are wanting to watch that with a buddy, I'm going to invite you to the Discord right now. Because I will be watching it at midnight, whether or not anyone else is watching it with me. But yeah, we're not going to like share screen or anything like that, but I'll be able to talk about it, react to it. Yeah, be some of the first people on the planet to have seen it. Exciting the hell out of me. I'm really enjoying this show so far. The last episode was my favorite at this point. If you haven't seen our recap, it's over on the YouTube. I will encourage you to go check it out. Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the real big sell for me is if I were not doing Willow Watch and Ignore the Bird, Follow the River stuff, I would want someone like me doing it, because so many of the people covering that show and a lot of Disney shows are weird reactionary right-wing trolls, and it makes me sick. This fandom, if you spent any amount of time in a room alone with me, you will probably have learned about why I think that is hilarious and disappointing, and also shows a lack of media literacy in this country. Because Willow ain't for right wingers. I think George was like, Star Wars was political, definitely, but how can I make it more apparent that I like communism? And then he made up Willow. That's just my headcanon. I don't want people to misunderstand me. I'm George Lucas. I love communists. By the way, George, if you can hear this, we'd love to have you on. Just I know you're not exactly like a high profile guest, so we'll be okay if you don't. But it would be interesting to have you on. But it would be hilarious to actually get an interview with George Lucas. Sam is telling me there's like a familial connection potential there. I actually sort of met George Lucas once. I was like 5 or so I don't really remember this very well. But my cousin was on a soccer team with his daughter. So we just like went to one of my cousin's games, and there was George Lucas. Uh, yeah, it would be hilarious. I'm sure I would make him uncomfortable very quickly. George, it seems a lot more quiet than I do. I don't know if he can handle my energy. And I would just have to respect that. George, if you want to prove me wrong, hit me up. Yeah, that's the thing. There's a lot of stuff about Willow that only George will ever know, and maybe never know. Because like if you're an author, you know that a lot of that stuff is just like a lot of the weird fan questions that we tend to think of as fans that love something is that we think that everything is fleshed out behind the scenes. Every little detail is accounted for. Half the time, you just need to get the story out. All of those little details are just like maybe you thought about it while you were writing, but like half the time, especially because I know that Lucas was working on started work on Willow and Star Wars at the same time. Like or within the same very tight like in a tight proximity to each other, and you can kind of look at them like two hands of the same body. At least I do. Um, it's I would be very curious. Yeah, I would have a lot of questions for him, but whether or not he would answer them, that remains to be. That would be crazy. Honestly, that would be the most. We would be able to stunt on all of these right wing fucking hacks that make Willow and don't understand the basics of how the world was constructed, or what the implications of that world construction are. Like, you have to be absolutely brain broken. Um, Honestly, I should. I mean, I have a couple connections. Not necessarily directly, but like things like that, like my cousin. I don't think like that one specifically, but things like that. Let me just say it, because I don't want to out anybody here. But yeah, who knows? Keep watching Ignore the Bird Follower, but you might get a. You never know. Shit happens every day that absolutely makes no sense to me. So I've stopped guessing on what reality is and what makes things happen. I'm just going with the flow. Yeah. Wait, is that my cat? Yeah. Oh, okay, different cat. Yeah, that's fair. I I would be too if I didn't have to make content out of my judgment. I would be holding off till the end of the season, but I'm actually really enjoying this whole like reacting to the content as it's been being released, because it does make me have to kind of sit there with the material and not do the bad faith review thing where you're just like nitpicking and uh, judging um, uh, the aesthetics and things like that. I have to like sit there with my thoughts and my criticisms and justify them and make sure these thoughts are things that I feel like should be on a platform and I'm proud of them. It's like, what am I doing wrong here? I'm having a hard time with the right side of this mouth. I keep taking off and putting on paint. That's fun. But yeah, yeah, it is interesting, like the instant reaction kind of to some of this stuff. Uh, yeah, it's definitely been a fun exercise creatively. Last thing I want to do is put out bad faith reviews. Like, especially when it's like a weekly kind of release. And sure, I think I was talking about Sorsha in episode 1 of the Willow Watch stuff, and I'm actually pretty proud of this line. Is I said, I hope I'm wrong, because I was talking about Sorsha. I was talking about how I'm kind of disappointed with how they're portraying the character. And I said, I hope I'm wrong. Or I said, I might be putting my foot in my mouth, but if I am, I'll be glad to eat these fucking toes because I don't want Sorcerer to be portrayed this way or something like that. I can't remember. In fact, I would implore you to go watch it yourself, and then you can tell me what again, that and all of our Ignore the Bird stuff is now available on YouTube, on our Nerdcrafty YouTube channel. Go give it a look. Tell me what you think. I mean, shit. We did like a year's worth of deep dives and world analysis as well, so not lacking for material where that is concerned. Done a lot of Willow stuff over the last year. Yeah, it's been a really productive kind of thing, and definitely like allowed me to connect in an even deeper way than I already was connected to this story. Found out a lot of stuff that you wouldn't necessarily know unless you spent hours of your time looking into it and researching it. Like there's featurette knowledge, and then there's spent 16 hours on the Willow Fanpedia, reading through and checking the sources of entries. Not to mention any other number of other places I was researching, like because so much of actually I had some yeah. I don't know if I even talked about this on stream, but I had this interesting thought. Like I was just talking about the Gales, the characters that are so far kind of the main antagonist of the show. The cronies of our main antagonist, I guess, is a better way of putting it. I was just, talking. I think I was talking to my partner about it, and I just, the Gales. I just said the Gales, and for whatever reason, I was just like, wait, the Gales? Like, so much of this mythology is based on Celtic and Anglo and Gaelic mythology and folklore. I wonder if that is like some kind of innuendo we're gonna actually get more story for, if it's just for flavor, because they do both. Yeah, like brownies or another creature of folklore. Actually, all over the place. Brownies kind of span Europe as part of this, you know, commonality between a lot of their different like descriptors for creatures and things like that in their folklore. And so Willow's brownies are kind of following in that tradition as well, although very different. Lucas very much made his own kind of thing with Renji and Rule. Take it off, put it on. Take it off, put it on. Take it off, put it on. How's drive me nuts? I just keep like, I think part of the problem is I keep removing the paint when it gets to the bottom of the lip, like the side of the lip. I guess is a better way of putting that. Um, what's this out? I do a flip. That's gonna make it hard to see. Why don't we do it this way? All right, let's give it a shot. Alright, we're in the point of the program where I'm talking to myself. I think there should be like a certain like a buzzer or something that goes off when I start doing it. Yeah, yeah. Things like that would be kind of funny. Someday. Someday. You know what's funny is this bottom lip is like basically done. Like, and it's probably like getting close to dry now. I could probably start shaping it, stuff like that. But I've been messing with this top lip for so long I can't really do it yet. How did I even do that other lip? It looks so good. You know what? I think I was using this. Let's see. Yeah, this could help. No, that was bad. Okay, though. Fixing it. Yep, this is it. I can already see this doing numbers. Numbers? Proving the thing. Having a noticeable improvement here is what I'm trying to say. Noticeable improvement. Okay. Okay. Hey, that's not bad. All right, now we've reached the portion of the program where I have a bad 90s pop song that is stuck in my head in a way that I will not be able to remove it for some time. Yeah, that's accurate. It's the way you love me. It's the spirit like this. It's subliminal motion. I don't know the rest of it. I don't even think those words are right, but that's the song. I think, is that Faith Hill? I don't know. Tell me in the chat if you know who that is. Yeah. By who? It's one of those pop country ladies from the late 90s. Faith Hill. Impossible. This kiss. Start my pop country career real quick here, guys. Actually, that's funny. I did put out, like in the last week or so, I put out a song on my TikTok. It's an old song that I used to play all the time when I was doing open mic days. I used to do a lot of open mics. I don't know if you guys knew this, but I'm really into getting attention. And oh god, that's another one it's been stuck in my head lately. Man, I feel yeah. Feel like a woman. Yeah. Definitely been a song that very easily could be lodged between my ears for days at a time. No, I don't know if it is better than Taste the Biscuit. Weigh in, everybody. Do you think anything by LeAnn Rimes? Do you think it's better or worse than having Taste the Biscuit stuck in your head? Because there's a part of me that just is very attached to Taste the Biscuit in a way. I've played a show that was basically just that show that they're like the Taste the Biscuit, like the original videos from. I think I might have brought this up on stream. Stop me if I have. But yeah, me and my partner, like 5, 6 years ago, we played a show at this this tiny little thrift store. Just like, by the pots and pans and shit, just tucked into a little corner. We had on a clothing rack, we had some of those clippy hangers. We just put our paintings on it, slapped some prices on there, and I grabbed my acoustic guitar and we just played songs for, I don't know, an hour or two. Got a lot of material, but yeah, it was not all of it written for acoustic guitar. Let me just say that. So it was a very interesting show. Um, I don't think they were quite ready for it. That's okay. I had fun. That's all that really matters. Me and my partner. Kinda. It was kinda like the whole Marty McFly doing Chuck Berry at the prom. Um, but it was also like, oh, hey, I think we're there. I just that other lip was so perfect. I don't think I'm gonna be able to match it. That's okay. At least they're like similar sizes now. I got super lost in that sauce. What was the thing talking about? This kiss, subliminal. No, nice lady. Glad we played that show. And it almost exclusively for the fact that now whenever I see the Taste the Biscuit video, I'm like, I played that show. I think it's not the same venue, but it feels very much the same. Anyone else a musician out there who's played some venues that feel like embarrassing to talk about? It wasn't a Goodwill. It was a thrift store. Can't remember the name of it, but it was like it was nearby our place, which was by Cottingtown, if you know Sonoma County. So it was like close to home. It wasn't like a venue we had to drive super far out to. In fact, I think we might have walked there. If not for the show, definitely walked there occasionally. Kind of look around. I bought knives there. Kind of got acquainted with the lady who ran the store. Told us she was a retired teacher. Kind of like used her pension or whatever to get the thrift store. And yeah, lady. But yeah, not necessarily. I think expecting what we brought to the table. We did get paid for that gig though, and I think we sold a couple of pieces. So always kind of surprising when you maybe unconfident in the performance or the venue or whatever, and then you find out that it's like, oh, this might be one of the more profitable shows we've done. Everything felt so sketchy. Okay. I've been able to put this minute long enough. I think we're pretty close here. Okay. Give you a look at that. I mean, it's looking pretty solid, especially on camera. In real life, on camera it's pretty good though. But honestly, I think it's nothing I can't fix while it dries. So I'm gonna let it just hang out. Maybe patch a couple of spots. Oh, prevent the kitten from eating the big cat's food. Maybe. Back up. Okay. Come here. Oh, come here. Oh, bush. Spreadsheets. Um, the little one's too little to be eating the regular cat food, so we have to stop him when he goes after it. We could have a hurdy tummy. I don't like hurdy tummies. I wouldn't want that for anyone else, especially not a little four-legged guy. Yeah, cat farts are really bad. It's not their fault. All right, we're in sculpting mode now, folks. Maybe have to wait a little longer, but I'm gonna give it a shot. Yeah, outer layers are dry. Well, tacky, I guess, is a better way to describe it. But that means we can fuck around with it, especially with the wet finger. Being very, very careful. Really gotta keep that finger wet. Yes, this is advice. But not on Twitch. I have to join the Discord. No, don't do it on Discord either. That'll make. I don't want to upset anybody there. Just DM me. Yeah, that's fine. Thirst chat in the disco. I am. Oh boy. Now I can really fuck things up. Just gotta be real careful. Everything will be fine. Oh boy, I didn't clip my fingernails this session though, so I have a little claw that could really prove to be disastrous for me. Hey, actually, that fucking did a really cool thing that just happened. Whoa. I understand creationism now. Whoa. Not really. I'm being facetious. Those people are weird. Nope. Don't do it. Don't do this to me. I'm gonna put it down. You know what I am gonna do? I'm gonna get my old paintbrush. I'm gonna start filling in some gaps and smoothing out some textures, huh? What do you think about that? I don't know why I did an accent to say that to you. We'll figure that out as we go. My Redding came out. That could be it. Redding isn't the South, but you would be surprised how many people do. Like it is specifically California. I don't have an explanation for it, but it do. Shit. Pip is practically his voice is practically based on people I went to school with. Definitely exaggerated, but not much, but pretty weird. Yeah, this is like finalization kind of detail stuff where I'm just trying to even parts out, not necessarily add a lot of paint to the surface. Just make the parts where it's kind of stubby. Keep thinking of music terms like staccato. It's not like it's descriptive of the thing I'm thinking of, which is very bumpy and little textures. Yeah, basically just what I'm doing, just kind of like evening stuff out, making everything seem a little bit more smooth, a little bit more like skin texture, you know. Um, keep talking about how this isn't necessarily like me going after realism. Um, the texture has been something of a focus for the whole piece. Definitely something I wanted to focus on, this kind of giving it this feeling of like skin. And it's not exactly like even. Um, yeah, it has a certain amount of like dimension on even like the kind of minor like macro or micro kind of layers. Yeah. Yeah. Like I've almost touched this mouth a handful of times, looked down fast, like soon enough to notice before I did it, but I've gotten pretty close. Let's see how long it'll take before I actually do it, huh? Only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. Oh, also starting to realize that a lot of the brushes I have are starting to shed. So I'm like having to pull hairs out of this thing too. Would call it a happy little accent. I guess I better get used to the idea that I'm gonna have a bunch. No, it's not a happy little accident. Workplace injury. Make sure you follow all OSHA guidelines. Contact your labor representatives if your workplace doesn't. You're not really their family. They're just saying that so that they can be abusive towards you. To review for more labor than you want to put into it. Fuck your boss. I don't mean like at the Christmas party you guys get tipsy. Things happen. Don't aren't your friends, and they certainly are not your family. Unless they're literally like you work for your family. That's that's different though. And also like hopefully your family, if you work for them, isn't exploiting you. I don't know. That, you have a nicer family than I do. I mean, family's pretty cool sometimes. Didn't always used to be. I'm not going to slander them like that without telling you I'm making jokes. So the last thing I want to do is hurt anybody's feelings. Right for that. There we go. Too much paint now. That's okay. Yeah, like I said, I want this to look even. In the process of sculpting this out, there's a lot of places where there's just a little bit more texture than it needs. So that's what this process is for, trying to kind of even it all out. And honestly, this probably won't get us all the way there, but it'll get us close. Here's a controversial question. Does anyone else absolutely despise Christmas music? Call me a Grinch. Call me a Grinch. I'll take it. I hate Christmas music. Absolutely despise it. Yes, even Mariah Carey's. Yes, I understand her voice is magical and beautiful and completely, almost entirely unmatchable technique-wise, but I don't fucking care, man. I don't like the music. I think it's weird. I think it's kind of creepy, frankly. I think it says something weird about who we are as people. That how many we know all these Christmas songs, but how many Hanukkah songs do you know? Just saying. Just saying. There's a certain amount of preference that goes into that. You're talking about what makes art earlier. Yeah, exactly. There's right. Yeah, there. I don't know. Are you on mic? Yeah. Sam is reminding me there are a couple of semi-famous Hanukkah songs, but they are. I mean, I think you have to consider. I just would say that there's a severe difference between the dreidel song and the the fact that for years and years there were like Christmas music compilations coming out every year, had all of the artists, the most popular artists of their time, performing different their own unique versions of certain Christmas songs. It's like it's just a cultural gap there, you know. That's all I'm saying. That yeah, it's something to be aware of. You know, I'm not saying you should make yourself feel defensive about all this stuff or anything like that. I think it's stupid. I'm just pointing things out. Um, yeah. Just I guess yeah. There's always going to be exceptions to the rule, but yeah, it's an underwhelming proportion of one to the other. Yeah, I ultimately I don't think that I don't think that's what anybody is celebrating. You know, that who's got the best songs and shit like that. I think that's conversation that probably happening because people are cringe. But it's way more, like we were saying earlier. The reason that we do it is because we didn't want to die in the winter. You know, it's scary to think about. Life is finite all around us during this time of the year. We see the natural world reacting to the change in climate and temperature, the change in uh, the essentially the distance from the sun, and having to kind of band together for protection. Um, and has turned into a kind of many multifaceted tradition, depending no matter where on the planet we live. It just looks different, depending. Yeah. My whole thing is I just want people to feel like they live in a society that values them. And oftentimes that means being an agent of sorry, I lost my train of thought. Basically, all I'm trying to say is that, sometimes you have to go out of your way, get out of your comfort zone, and look at how other people celebrate to recognize the fact that what we do is hyper focus on the celebrations of the Christians or Catholics, predominantly, essentially, in this country, in a way that definitely leaves people out. And there's even conversations about like a war on Christmas and things like that. And I think it's good to recognize that when you're at that place in a as a culture, what it's saying isn't, people are doing harm to my religious beliefs and my faith and things like that. It means other people exist and I'm forced to acknowledge them, and that makes me uncomfortable because I'm a bigot. And I think that that's bad, is the thing. What would be cool is if all the bigots just shut their fucking stupid mouths. That would be a Christmas miracle for me. But it would have to be a miracle. All right. Well, I am. Oh, I still have plenty of time because I'm going to go a little late tonight. But I do have to pee. I'm going to take a quick little break. Sam, could you cue us up some wonderful little promotions and things like that? Thank you.
I think that if you're going to do a Willow character, then you definitely need to be thinking about role-playing your theme and role-playing your aesthetics.
It actually talks a little bit about like how the Nelwyns, or Willow specifically, has some inherent magic.
I think it might be fun if his character was like this, maybe not self-important. He thinks he's better than he is. We find him in a struggle to get, to really, really know himself.
He is the everyman. They do a really good job of that because they give him plenty of foils and characters to bounce off with in his community.
It paints such a clear picture in very little words. It's really smart writing because it's showing us, not telling us what and why we're doing what we're doing.
This is just the beginning.
Hey y'all, thank you for waiting. Just actually was chatting about the realization that this is our last stream for. We're not going to stream next week because of the holidays. Oh, pardon me. I just drank a bunch of coffee. Probably later than I should be drinking coffee, but I don't know. But yeah, so this is our not our last stream of the year, is it? Okay, so yeah, our next stream will be the 27th, just a couple of days after Grimbus. But yeah, so we're off next week. So I was just thinking, aside from all of that, which is something, you know what I just realized is I have Humphrey Bogart's face like literally 6 feet away from me on a gigantic poster of Casablanca. So actually, that it's like the famous Casablanca black and white portrait, all of their faces on it. You know who did the art by the for this? Actually, it's really gorgeous. They're all really beautiful. Could be photography. I'm not sure. Yeah, you know, it'd be fascinating if Bogart had lived for like another couple decades. Because he wasn't like super old when he died. He was only in his 50s, if I'm not mistaken. It just would have been really interesting to see Bogart later in life, how that would have turned out. Guarantee you he votes Reagan. Like, and just that, I mean, and again, I mean, there were certain aspects of Bogey that I don't know. Frankly, I don't know enough about the guy to really make any of those assessments. But I think he was kind of involved in the at least like acting unions and stuff like that. I think he was involved with that somewhere or another. But it's also vague. I don't want to say anything for sure. But yeah, he did have a good mouth, so I'm gonna just kind of observe that for a second. Actually, Bergman is right next to him too. Another wonderful mouth. Um, what a movie, right? So weird. Think about it. Such an obvious like anti-fascist story, but still so beloved by so many weird right wingers because it's classic, and the uh, nature of um, yeah, nostalgia, traditionalism, things like that that tend to go with hand in hand with a lot of right wing thinking. Uh, that its messages is lost on them. So funny to think about. What a bunch of clueless nerds. I would feel sorry for them if they were trying to make the world a worse place for all of us. Yeah, actually, um, our interview for Ignore the Bird with Alan Barney was really interesting. Really interesting one, especially when we got into talking about kind of tribalism and fandoms and how it can be such a self-destructive kind of tendency to demand certain things of the creators, um, the especially the current creators of different well-loved works of media. And I think in some cases, fan pressure is actually healthy. Otherwise, you end up with a lot of art that um, people are going to not enjoy anyway. A lot of times you end up, I think, like representation for people of color, for Black people, for queer people, things like that. Representation wouldn't have happened without us, the people making who criticize the corporations that make up so much of the media production that goes on in this country. Having people actively pursuing these corporations to better represent the people that they depict, to avoid stereotyping and tokenization and things like that. I think that's a really great example of when fan pressure is good, and healthy. I think there's. I don't think we're there yet. Let me just say that. I think there's a lot of issues still with the way that people are depicted, from especially marginalized people are depicted. I think that it's going to be difficult to have healthy depictions of people from any marginalized community in this country without a lot of effort, I guess, to say the least. But yeah, I think that there's, despite the overreaction or the absolute just inability to do it justice because they are at a certain income level, you just live in a different reality than the rest of us. It's just the truth. You see it in so many different celebrities whose point of view seems to come from another world, and not in a fun or quirky or fun, interesting way, but in a just absolute lack of self-awareness and the awareness of the world around them and how it works. So yeah, I think that's one of the big barriers we have. But I think where it, sorry, I got off on a big tangent there, but I think it can be really unhealthy in the way that we are demanding our own like headcanon be preserved in film. I think it's a certain amount of arrogance that it takes to believe what you want to happen supersedes everyone else's desires and thoughts for a piece of media that is beloved by millions. Star Wars is a fantastic example of this. It's something I think about a lot for Willow specifically. I think that there's a certain amount of like need to control things that is unhealthy and ultimately results in you being a bitter asshole for no reason. I try and avoid that because I don't think it's helpful. I don't think it's fun. But yeah, I mean, I think like, sorry, trying to think of like a great example of this. Oh yeah, Star Wars fandom is really weird. D&D's fandom is another one where I think D&D is actually a really great example of it because there's no shortage of ways for you to design a game the exact way that you want to play it. You know, not to mention different rule systems and things like that. Different TTRPG games that people put in some cases, their lives into. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the Marvel versus DC tribalist like kind of fandom thing is its own thing. Like, I mean, it used to be so much more. Like, I think Star Trek and Star Wars were one that we would see depicted a lot. I would see depicted a lot in comedy, TV shows, movies, things like that, to kind of show you this almost warlike, tribalist kind of fandom, where these. Yeah, it's a lot of. I mean, what we call now a lot of gatekeeping, from like, for the example of like people who say who might have at the time or even still today say things like, well, if you like Star Wars, you can't really like Star Trek, or you have to pick one or the other. You cannot both. And I mean, as somebody who loves both, I think that's silly. I think it's absurd, especially like it I don't know how you can make that argument unless you absolutely have no fucking clue what the hell you're talking about in regards to Star Trek and Star Wars specifically. But even DC and Marvel, it's like, these are just superhero stories. What the fuck? What does it matter who published it? I mean, both companies have their big, big issues. Both companies took a lot from Jack Kirby. And beyond that, I think both companies have their issues, but both companies have their high points. The things that they do that are so powerful that so many different people can relate to and appreciate them. I think, like, whether you like Captain America or Spider-Man or Captain Marvel and the Flash, I don't think any of that matters, beyond like how it connects with you, and you specifically, nobody else. Like, you might be able to gain friends and even some community, and I think that's great for anyone, by having that be a factor that you can relate to people about. You go to a convention and you might want to go and find the Green Lantern fans just like you, so that you can relate to these people, because it's such a specific thing that sometimes you feel alone with how much you like about it. You just info dump on people who just kind of like, yeah, that's cool. Oh, really? Whoa. Yeah, half interested, and you're just info dumping about, in my case, Willow or Masters of the Universe or so many things. Because yeah, I mean, I am a niche interest person. I like a lot of weird stuff that not a lot of other people like the strange run of genre movies that Gina Davis was in the late '90s, like Cutthroat Island and Long Kiss Goodnight, like a League of Their Own. I think everyone likes League of Their Own, but people have never even heard of Cutthroat Island. And without Cutthroat Island, we would probably not even have Pirates of the Caribbean. So there. Go. I'm not going to get into that anymore. That's all I have to say on the subject. Who's that? Nay! What's up, my brother? Thanks for coming. Yeah. I've been trying to get everybody I know to watch the Peanut Butter Solution. Solution or Experiment? I can't remember which. I think it's Solution. But it's one of those really weird. It's one of those really weird Canadian movies. Those weird Canadians. Shout out to Seth, my best bud, who is Canadian. But yeah, it was I think a movie made in Canada in the I think it was the late '80s or mid '80s maybe. But the reason it is, well, first of all, it taught me about pubic hair. Like, this is a family movie. But it's about this like kid who loses his hair and like finds some magic potion that you can rub on things and they grow hair. And so he had hair again. in this, and that's the movie. Also, Bob Ross is like, it's not Bob Ross, but like this Bob Ross styled character who like has this magical paintbrush and shit is the major villain. Okay, but its real selling point is it's the first appearance of Celine Dion writing a song for a movie like almost a decade before Titanic. So yeah, it's a bizarre movie. Please tell me if you watch this. I'm pretty sure you can find it on YouTube for free. It's not like, didn't have any nominations for any Oscars or anything like that. That's for sure. Yeah, I think that's how I watched it most recently, because this is a movie that was like from my childhood that I just had like one of those movies where you're like, did I even watch that movie or did I dream that movie? Yeah, one of those movies for me where I was just like always wondering, how did I learn about pubic hair from a movie? Was that a PSA? Why did that boy rub the peanut butter solution on his junk and then grow hair there? Why did I learn that about that in that movie? That was the questions I would ask myself, and still do, kind of. But yeah, then I think eventually I did enough Googling, and Google had evolved enough that I eventually did find it years ago, and have just like kind of just sat on it, I guess. I until the last year where I got a TikTok and had to find like weird things to talk about, and I was like, nobody knows about this movie. I should just start talking about it. So I made I think I made a couple TikToks about the peanut butter solution at this point. Oh God, Sean would actually love that movie. That's a great. I mean, because it is. Shout out to Sean, Sonoma County filmmaker, one of the goats. Somebody I'm always down to work with. Sean's just one of those endlessly creative people that I am so lucky to have met. Sonoma County. So yeah, I decided to change the mouth a bit. I don't know if I like it yet, but I wasn't really stoked on where it was going. So now we're here. No, man, it's good to have you, Nate. We'll definitely have to kick it soon, man. Yeah, if everyone who don't already, go follow Nate the Sound Ninja on Twitch. Nate streams at least a couple of times a week. He does music, production, and you get to just watch fucking songs happen right before your eyes. And I gotta tell you, it's like one of my favorite, like early morning kind of just like, while I've got, this going or that going, have on in the background, watch Nate kind of just jam away at like all these different instruments he's got around him, hang out with his dog Yoshi, who's always a little yippy dog, but cute as a button. Um, yeah, and beyond that, Nate's just a really wonderful human being, and the brother of my old bassist and good buddy. So I've known Nate for a long time, and he's one of the best dudes I know. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, follow Nate the Sound Ninja. Nate does beautiful stuff. Currently working on a short film. It's not a feature length, is it? But watching Nate do sound design for a movie live on Twitch is kind of like a special treat. I don't see a lot of people doing anything like that. So I've really enjoyed it. Gross. Oh, I touched the paint a little bit. My fingers got all tacky. And I kind of messed up. No, I didn't mess up, but I touched some of the paint that was kind of tacky still. Had to fix it. So I had I wiped off some paint, and when I went to go move over here to my water cup, I noticed there was like one of my hairs hanging down, like from the fabric I'm working on. It was actually just a child's sleeping bag, but like not for camping, but for like sleeping in a backyard or something, because it's the thinnest sleeping bag anyone's ever seen. So I don't. It's like a weird thing I've just had basically my whole life. I think it was something my brother got when he was really, really little, and just hung around one of our houses for our whole lives. A couch? A pouch, yeah, a pouch for children, yes. Basically. Oh god. Have I talked about how I'm afraid of the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang? So when I was little, that was like my mom's regular threat was like, if you don't behave, I'm gonna run away with the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. My mom's eccentric. Yeah, I think there was like other people that she would say that about too, but they were usually more hot. The child catcher is specifically terrifying. But yeah, I to this day am like not cool with the child catcher. I love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but that man is terrifying. Barnaby from uh Babes in Toyland. I think it was like a '60s production that I used to watch a bunch when I was a kid. I think might have been Disney. It's not the one with. It's not Laurel and Hardy. Um. Oh man, I think it might have been Annette Funicello and like someone from Happy Days. I don't remember, but either way, it was. That was. Yeah, that was another one. Barnaby. Um. I think they were just people who made me cry when they came on the TV when I was a kid. I think that's why my mom used that as a threat. They made me cry. I'm not saying it was right. I'm saying it was funny. I mean, imagine being an adult in that room and not being me. It's still pretty funny. Although I would probably not let people I care about treat their children that way. That's just me. That's a weird topic we've never talked about. I often have because I had a weird childhood that wasn't good. So I often find myself in a position where I'm like, man, my friend who has a kid, I should probably like tell them about how that thing that they're bragging about on the social media actually really fucked me up as a kid, and they probably should stop doing it. But like, it's one of those things that we just aren't supposed to do as people. Is like tell people that they're raising their children wrong. I guess wrong is the wrong way to put that. But you know, people don't want to hear that they're fucking up their kids. No, you know, I mean, I think, yeah, I don't know. I think it's a weird thing. I've never really figured out the etiquette for it because, like, if I just listened to my own brain there, I would be arguing with people on Facebook very regularly. And I don't really do that anymore. And I wouldn't want to make it like an argument. I'm just like, I want to be like, hey, that's, you know, that specific thing you're doing really fucked me up personally. Maybe don't be like my parents. Cause look at me. I mean, I'm all right, but I wouldn't call me a shining example of humanity. After all, I am an actor. Which, I mean, come on. Sus, right? Lady Gaga defense. Just born that way. I guess that's the Jessica Rabbit defense too. Which I'm a bigger fan of Jessica Rabbit than I am Lady Gaga. No shade. Jessica Rabbit's just absolute fire. No, I feel that. I don't I mean, I'm not gonna shit on anyone for their opinion on, especially not Lady Gaga. I think a lot of what she does has a lot of value. Um, and you know, there's definitely worse people. Well, nobody cool likes that guy, that's for sure. The My Pillow guy, Sam was saying, another terrible person. Which yes, absolutely. What a dog shit human being. Who only has friends who are other dog shit human beings. How funny is that? I don't know. I what a weird, like, fucked up world, right? Where that's just like a person that's allowed to exist. Oh man. I'm just like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have things that I could say on stream about these people. That's the only problem is that I don't have anything nice to say about them. And most of the things I do have to say about them that aren't nice are definitely terms of service. So I'm just gonna keep those thoughts for when I catch them outside. I don't. Sam says we did it like satire. I don't know if I could. That's the thing. I don't think I have the self control. requires an amount of effort and patience. A type of patience and exerted effort that I couldn't imagine myself putting into that kind of thing. I mean, granted, I think there's a certain amount of. I definitely think it's like valid, but even the kind of propaganda I would make about people like that, it would be hard for me to do it in a way that isn't like just explicit. I don't know if that's the right way to put that, but yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I leave that to smarter people than me, more patient people than me. This is turning out wild. I gotta tell you. I want more light. Give me more. Ah! Hello. We're gonna stretch this. I think that's as much length as I get out of you. Sounded dirty. To adjust over here. Thing fall. Make loud noise. Again. Okay, that should be good. Itchy. You know what I'm gonna do? Let me just don't fall. Don't fall. Don't fall. Okay. Conditions have improved. Okay. What am I doing? Man. What's really interesting is this is starting to look like a lip, but a very different version of it than I had a few minutes ago. It's like almost like old, worn. This lighting situation killing me. Boy, there I go. Y'all see that shake? Damn. okay. I was gonna try something radically different, but suddenly it's like looking more human, and I'm just kind of vibing on it. So I'm just gonna see how far I get with this. Maybe I'll turn back at some point and make it a hideous monstrosity of a knife, but like kind of, like I said, it started like, oh no, what were you saying? Yeah, that's the thing is like I was like just a second ago thinking, if I really hate this, I can always just add more paint onto it later, kind of start it over. I mean, it's not like, especially where this is concerned, there's always an option. I mean, I could even like shave parts of this off that I don't like with a knife. Um, I could get a little X-Acto out and just start like carving away at this if I really am dissatisfied with it eventually. Which might actually be easier, frankly. Overfill and let's try and close this back up. Now it's kind of hanging open. So because I wanted that level of kind of separation there so that each lip was kind of defined. But it was so wet that it was just going to keep falling into itself. Now it's a little drier. I think it might be a good time to see if I can kind of do that. I shut the mouth a little bit. Shut the mouth. I don't know why it was just so. I considered how much I don't shut my mouth. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say with this piece. Shut the fuck up, Weston. I don't think so. I do like talking. Probably not that. But maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just vibing. Not trying to do anything necessarily with intention. It's just a process of letting things happen. That I've been trying to achieve full time with this piece. Letting... I don't know. If there's anyone in the house tonight goes into pieces with a lot of intention. And if you're an artist and like that's you have to go in with an intention of what you're doing every time. I'm very curious. It's rarely, if ever, kind of like something I'm even able to do. I would love to chat about it if you are down. Jeez. Kind of been lost in it for a while. What time are we at? Okay, cool. Still got some time. Good, good. Because I just keep redoing the same thing. So we're all just vibing. Good. It's gonna have to hang out here for a second. Yeah. Alright. I think that's basically what I needed to do for now for the lips. I have to be patient with it. But you remember probably an hour or so ago, I applied a bunch of paint all over. I'm just gonna. It's like almost completely dry, if not absolutely dry. There were a couple of places where I applied it a little thicker than others, so I'm just gonna go right. Oh, she's gassy. Going over those with my finger just to smooth out any roughness. Yeah. No, I am gassy, not the mask. The mask is incapable of being gassy, actually, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Prove me wrong if you have bared witness to a gassy mask. I guess some masks are gassy because they're gas masks. That's the absence of gases. You are trying to filter them out. But that is what we call them. There's also the things you do with the doctors when they want to put you out and it's gas. And then that's a gas mask. That has gas. I think that's the gassy mask. There we go. See? Sorry. Too quick. Too quick for you, chat. Too quick for you. It's okay. I type really slow as well. I'm not very good in a chat because it takes me a long time to put the words down. So by the time like I say it, usually it's been like 10 minutes since the thing I was writing about happened. 10 minutes is probably an exaggeration, but certainly has not been many times. So I don't know. Yeah, you know what? I wanted to do this earlier. I kind of forgot about it. I very interested. I mentioned your art process if you're an artist. If you're not an artist and you like art, well, that's maybe probably why you're here. But I want to know about the other artists that you like because I want to hype them up because this is a time of the year that is always really important for artists trying to make a living with their work. And I know I could use some help right now. So I am sure that there are no shortage of people in a similar position. So if you have an artist that you want to hype up, even if it is yourself, go ahead and throw that in the chat. Go ahead and throw a link in there, or yeah. Okay. We have a bot doing moderation. So if the links don't work in the chat when you try and post them in there, you could always just DM me at my social media, Instagram, probably the best, at Lava Submersible. Same way it's spelled here. Yeah, feel free to just DM me your account, an artist you like's account. I think we all could use the support. I'm trying to hype up other artists. Gotta tell you, go follow. Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to say, yeah, support all the artists in your life. You know, I've got plenty of them. We are legion. So, yeah, I guess big point is never be afraid to hype your art or your friend's art here. We're here for it. I love seeing people working with their friends, helping their friends out. It warms my heart. It truly does. Yeah, like I'm saying, you know, we all need support with everything going on in the entertainment industry, from AI art to buyouts and layoffs. I know a lot of people that had normal, stable jobs in the arts and entertainment are scared of what's happening now and not sure what's going to happen next. So, I guess you don't currently have an artist that you support or you don't do art yourself. Um, yeah. Now's definitely the time to be hyping them up, telling them how great they are, telling everybody you know about their work, what they do. Yeah, holidays are a time when artists tend to get a lot of their, sometimes yearly income, depending on who you are around this time. And things are hard. Things are hard for everyone right now. Like I was saying earlier, none of us are going to make it out of here alone. Time to support each other. Good. I've always, yeah. Sam, someone sneezed in the background. I think it was my roommate who's busily editing the for their work. I'm not actually sure what project they're on right now, but they're doing a lot of really cool stuff. Yeah, that was Scott that sneezed. If you heard it, Sam was saying they've been saying Godzuki, which, if you're not familiar, is the animated Godzilla baby cartoon that existed at one point in history. I can't remember right, probably the 80s, but I've never seen it. I just am aware of its existence because it's a meme. Yeah, what's funny is I have been saying, because bless you is weird. Just, I think. I've thought that for a long time. It's a weird thing to just say to people when they sneeze. Um, yeah, beyond like my own like the only reason I ever said it was because it's like, oh, that's you're supposed to. It's polite or whatever. But it's also like just weird. Like it's another one of those things, kind of like we were talking about with like a cultural deference to a certain religion or belief system. It's like, I think it's a very weird thing. So a long time ago, my cousin Christina was just a baby, like just learning to speak. Um, they had a lot of weird way. They like were just such a creative little kid. They were only a couple years younger than me, but it's like one of those things that's referenced regularly in our family. Just like they had their own way of kind of like communicating. And one of those ways was when people started sneezing, she didn't understand it was God bless you, what people were saying in response. So she just like syllabically put together the kind of sounds that she thought she was hearing, and it was just kabla blah. So I've been saying kabla blah for decades at this. Because I just think it's the cutest thing ever. Yeah, that definitely is going to start some conversations. Worked a little bit. I'm just fixing. Little mistake I did. I was doing the smooth arounds. It's really minor. It's also like one of those things where really gentle. There we go. Okay. Good. Jamming. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, I think I need to give it a little bit longer before I start touching on these lips, but it is high on my priorities here. I just can't keep thinking about it. All the stuff I want to do there. But I'm gonna be patient. I'm gonna be patient. As I get out another tool to start messing with the lips. And be okay. You know what you're doing. I'm talking to myself, sorry. I mean, not really sorry. I'm sorry for not informing you that that's what will be happening a lot today. I guess sort of what I do every week here is just talk to myself. I guess if you weren't ready for that, it's a whole another conversation. Okay, I'm gonna stop. My brain is broken. I don't know why I'm like this. Here we go. Got too much water on the part of the mask. I need to try it out. I'm just gonna use this little brush. Dab, dab, dab. Dab. Okay. Boy. Okay. Be back in 2 shakes. Oopsie. Did you hear that? I dropped my headphones. Sorry. Sorry if my mic landed on the hardwood and shattered your eardrums. I needed peanuts. Yeah. I'm not saying. Oh, I guess you probably saw the label. But we are not sponsored. But it is my comfort food. It's like one of those things that no matter where I am, like if I need something in me, salty peanuts. Alright, well I still have all this paint. I need to do something with it, right? Good idea. Where we're at, I'm just gonna let you guys peek at this while I think. I thought about maybe attaching like horns going off the sides there. That's gonna be a trick. And honestly, it's gonna take like you couldn't just throw the paint on and let it dry like I've been doing for the rest of the parts. It would have to be done in layers. Like I'd have to start with the like the part where the skin would break and raise up to let the horns out, and then I would have to start filling that. Geez, no, I guess I would start off like without even any of that there. I would want to start off on just like a circle right there in the forehead. And once that started to dry or dried, I would go in and attach like the part where the skin would come off. And then I would start building up off of that. And it would probably take at least a few sessions. No, yeah, exactly. This stuff is pretty sturdy, but I've never tested it like that. So yeah, and I don't have wire that I can even use for this right now. So it's all based on what the dimensions I can get out of it at the moment. But yeah, now you guys can kind of just look at it. What do you think? I need to bounce. Try and get a little bounce out of this. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Wax paper. Yeah. I'm really happy with this and how it's coming out. I mean, dang, kind of nailed that mouth. I kind of what I started doing earlier, and what I might still do if I decide to cover this up, is I almost want like this very trapezoidal kind of mouth, much more squared shapes, much less rounded. But yeah, I started going that direction. I got scared, I think, and I backed off. Because yeah, everything's so hard angled. I feel like that kind of a mouth would work here. But the kind of soft roundness of like lips can kind of provide their own contrast, like textural contrast for the eye, I think with all of the hard shapes I've already established, it's almost like geometrical kind of shapes. I think having something that kind of like meets that opposite. Everything is, I mean, for as hard as I went on a lot of these like edges, how straight, even in the nose here, like the bridge of it is very flat. There's still a lot of like soft roundness in a lot of these shapes as well, kind of as like their own contrast. Maybe that's where my brain is kind of like wanting to do both at the same time here, because I've done it both ways so many different places on this mask already. That kind of like cyborg kind of associated feeling of smooth, natural shapes alongside these hard geometric ones. Yeah. You know what's funny is the music that I found that I feel like really goes with this mask, and I've used it in a lot of my social media posts about it, has been Kraid's Lair theme from the Metroid series. I just started thinking of it, like it just like without prompting or like even like I was just trying to find music to put to a story, I think, early on in this process, and it's just that do 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 do, just kind of like melody started entering my head, and I was like, what Smash Brothers level is that? um, and I kind of just sat on it for a while. Thought it was a Star Fox song, thought it was a Zelda song, and then I think last week, I think it was last week, I typed in Metroid into the music search for Metroid Prime, or for Instagram stories. Typed in Metroid. I listened to a few songs until I found, until I hit the one titled Kraid's Lair. And it was like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. But yeah, it's interesting because Kraid is the dinosaur, like Sauron. No, wait, right? Yeah, Kraid is that one. The one who's like the pterodactyl person kind of aspected character. Um, hmm. Yeah, no idea why I made that association, really. It is interesting, though. There's a certain aspect of, like, to it, like we were talking about, But I think part of that same lexicon is that, kind of like Land of the Lost kind of vibe. Dinosaur people and such. Man, speaking of which, if you haven't seen Primal, Tartakovsky's new show, you are missing out, my friends. As much as I complain about media, there's a lot that's come out in the last year or two that I think is really just beautiful, really wonderful work. I mean, if I think any year in the past, I think there's always like shining examples of really great stuff being made. Yeah, I think like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't necessarily get the overwhelming hype that a lot of other things get, but are incredible pieces of work on their own merits. Like, yeah, Primal was definitely one of those. Andor, I think, is another one, but Andor definitely got a lot of attention. Yeah, I think what's funny is the Del Toro Pinocchio is doing really well, and I'm really happy. It's been on the top 3 of Netflix for the last 3 days or something like that. I think it's been in the top position for the last 3 days or something like that. But I was just such a big fan of that movie, and it was Del Toro co-written by another piece of media that kind of flew under the radar, Over the Garden Wall. Patrick McHale's was the creator for that show, and also a regular collaborator on Adventure Time. But Over the Garden Wall was kind of like Patrick McHale's piece, and I think what drew Del Toro to him, because it definitely had like a certain horror sensibilities. It's like a very wholesome Halloween watch. If you haven't seen it, absolutely amazing. I don't think it's not one of those things where you have to at a certain time of the year. It's beautiful whenever you watch it because it's a really lovely story. But yeah, just talking about pieces of media that don't necessarily get the attention they deserve, but I don't think that's definitely not the point, right? What I get, I'd put it down because I knew I was going to mess something up. And then as soon as I picked it up again, it's okay. I keep messing up the same part, so at least I'm fixing it over and over again, right? That's the logic I'm going with. Woo! I'm so excited about tonight's episode of Willow, though. I mean, it's tomorrow's episode, technically, but I'm staying up till midnight to watch it, so it's like my 2 day, other people's tomorrow. I don't know. Who goes to bed before midnight? I usually do go to. Honestly, when I'm when I'm in a healthy place, I'm usually in bed around 4 before. Definitely been staying up later than usual. Last couple of weeks. Oh, I'll be not sleeping much later, which is funny. Just less sleep is what my body is saying right now. I kind of think it's wrong, frankly. I kind of think my body is incorrect about this. I think mine's in mutiny. So you're definitely fucking this up. You did not. We're on strike. My body's on strike. We'll get through it together. We'll negotiate. Hmm. I need to do something. This is driving me nuts. Let's see. something in me is telling me, I'm gonna come around. Something in my weird, slightly insane brain is telling me what I want to do is put like a rectangle shape underneath this rectangle shape. Like just randomly. It doesn't contribute to an actual face. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. But for some reason, my brain's just like, yeah, you want to mirror this or flip that perspective. You want to come out and go back down. And I'm going to punch myself in the face is what's going to happen because it's a horrendously frustrating looking idea. But my brain keeps telling me to do it, and I'm tired of arguing with myself. So that's where I'm at. Sorry, no, I'm just in your way. I'll come around. Let me get directly in front of the camera. Huh. So, I think, like, I might end up shaving down how far these brow ridges kind of lead off of the eye. Because I want these, like, cheekbone wings to be bigger. Cheekbone wings? God damn. The words I have to say to describe some of my art is, well, it's an exercise, I guess. Oh no! Sam, did you take creative writing at the JC? Did you have that old hippie dude? Okay. Oh, that I probably would have got along with her. I got some weird hippie dude, and he sucked. Like his style worked for other people, but I couldn't learn from that guy. I took like 3 of his classes and then dropped it. And yeah, I don't know what that guy's deal was, but it definitely put me off taking creative writing classes ever again. Like, damn, this is creative writing class. I guess I'm just gonna keep doing it my way because this doesn't make sense, and I think it's bad. But some people thrived in it. I knew a poet whose work was often uh, went over much better than mine. I think one of the first things I wrote, they like told me I had to write a scenario, and I couldn't write anything like prose. I was just like not. I couldn't. It wasn't coming to me. So I wrote it like a screenplay. Um, stage directions, all that stuff, camera movement. Honestly, it's just how my brain tends to like write things. Um, After. But yeah, I remember I went and I took it in, and he was like, well, "Why do you write it like this?" And I was like, "What?" And he was like, why did you put it like a screenplay?" And I was like, "Because that's the way the story came out, and you told me to write the story, and so I did." And he's like, "Yeah, but not like that." And I was like, "All right, I don't think I need to be here anymore. I think we're just gonna keep butting heads," and it doesn't sound like a good way to spend my time. Right. Okay, well, we're getting down to the end of this stream, my friends. So we'll be on again the 27th. We're skipping next week. But you will be able to find the Iron Hearts coming out on the 25th, you said? 23rd. So that's this Friday, right? Next Friday. The 23rd, you'll be able to see our episode of Ironheart. So next week, we will have some content coming out. Our holiday episode, which I mentioned was a lot of fun. I kind of want to tell you the big hook. Yeah, we'll also have an episode of Willow Watch coming out next. It'll be out. They come out Sundays, right? Or is it Monday? Sundays, yeah. We'll have an episode of Willow Watch for you, based on the episode I'm going to watch tonight. So, I'm really excited about that. Yeah, this Ironheart session, I want to tell you. I want to tell you the hook, but I don't want to ruin the surprise. So, yeah, be prepared for kind of a holiday special with some familiar characters. And goddamn, yeah, I just had a lot of fun. It'll be an episode, hopefully, that you laugh, that makes you laugh as much as we were all laughing. Because, I mean, first of all, Matt, our player who plays Ragnarok, the most chaotic character in the game, which is, if you know me, saying something. But yeah, I don't think he ever delivered 2 lines with the same accent and like character voice, because all of us had to kind of adjust our character voices at the beginning of the session for a reason you'll find out when you watch it. So at least in that there is comedic value that I will definitely be watching that episode for, because it is so fun watching. One of those sessions I really wish everyone was on camera specifically, but the audio of it alone was enough to kill me and Sam. So there's at least that, and you'll get to see me literally falling over laughing half of the game, trying to keep my shit together. Oh man. So it was a hell of a session. Definitely excited to present you guys with that stuff. I don't know what the hell is going to happen in Willow tonight. We're obviously going to be in Nockmar for at least part of the episode. I think that's just, that's where the party ended off, the end of the last episode. So it's going to be probably pretty intense. Yeah, it's just going to be, it'll probably be a pretty action-packed episode. Hopefully, some of the I don't want to spoil too much in case you guys aren't watching along, but hopefully some heroes will be conditions will improve, hopefully. But it is a place where we know that they were kind of being trapped into going. So, it'll be an interesting one. I'm pretty excited for it. Other than that, we'll be working on this mask 2 weeks from now. Hopefully, tonight I will end up wrapping up all of the big shapes of this, and I can start painting, which honestly is going to look basically the exact same. I'm just going to do a lot less, a lot less when I mix it up, because it will just be a few different places where I'm going to add color. Yeah, follow me on Instagram and on TikTok. You can follow me on Facebook, but I don't really. It's not fun there. No one has fun on Facebook. Some people do. I'm not one of them. But yeah, Instagram, TikTok. You can hit me up for my Twitter account, which I can't share with you here. We also have a Discord. I have a Discord for that. We have the Nerdcrafty Discord. Definitely join up and watch us make all of this weird stuff. If you like watching me paint, you probably will like even more watching the process of some of our programming come together. So, if you don't already, give us a follow on Twitch here, and give us a follow over on our YouTube channel. We've got so much that we're always putting out. Huge shout out to the producer Sam, who works their absolute ass off, making sure that this is as high a quality as we can possibly give you. And as consistent as it can come out. So, everyone, round of applause for Sam and the rest of the team at Nerdcrafty. You know, yeah, absolutely. We're all just trying to work together to better all of our situations. Which, geez, I mean, most of us at the channel are need the support. Let's just put it that way. So yeah, give us a look over all of our social medias. Give us a follow. Comment along with us while we keep putting out this all of these shows and programming for you, because we're passionate. We're just gonna keep doing it. So yeah, and hit us up. Be a part of the process. I'm always looking for guests here and for games of You Awaken in a Strange Place. I don't. We're not at a level where I'm gonna like. Where you have to like bend over backwards thinking about hitting us up. Just hit us up. We're easy to approach. We're not like celebrities or anything like that. We're just regular ass people making art. So what's that? Yeah. Yeah, share our stuff with your friends if you think if you have some nerdy friends and they like the kind of things that we do. Send them the links to our stuff and tell them these are some weird people that make weird art, and have big opinions, and are passionate human beings and need your support. And you know what? Like I was saying, we're more than happy to do the same for you, because we all need community. We all need friendship, and we need each other. This world isn't survivable alone, and it's not going to be fun without other people. And having more community with people like you can mean a lot of difference in your day. So, do all the things. Buy our shirts. Also, my paint shirts are for sale. Hit me up on my DMs. Yeah. And thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. Thank you for staying. Yeah, it means a lot to us. So keep coming, and we'll keep making stuff for you. But other than that, I hope you have a lovely couple of weeks until the next time I see you. And yeah, take care of yourself. Take care of each other out there.